Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Monday, May the 10th. We've got the new overlay screen loading, and it seems to be more consistently sticking to that. Apparently, we need to download something new. One of the things that's either being tested out or is just new in general on YouTube is the apparent ability, finally, to get back to something that you kind of could do many, many years ago. I think on YouTube, I think it worked, where theoretically, during a live stream, and only during a live stream at the moment, although it would make a lot of sense to add this feature to pre recorded footages, you can click a button in the chat pop up where they're kind of focusing on the live chat that says clip. It's a little picture of scissors. And I saw this on PewDiePie's live stream. And just make your own little clip, which there's a lot of questions there, certainly, as far as like if you make a public clip at a certain point, is YouTube going to come back and say you're harassing somebody because you made a clip of their own footage and it somehow embarrassed them? There are questions about if you make a clip, who gets the monetization, if anybody, on that. It is definitely trying to push for more features like Instagram and YouTube clips and things like that. Smaller videos. It's weird that YouTube is once again potentially focusing a little bit on the idea of shorter videos. Here we got another private battle, so we can claim this. I did that off screen. If I get one more Force Crafter win, I'll also get a classic card pack. I have 4 hours to do another private battle. Meanwhile, do I want to re-roll anything? For 40, Runecraft or Havencraft or Runecraft. Man, they just keep forcing me into Runecraft. But I guess if I can get one Runecraft victory and then move on, that might work. So yeah, I'm trying to get the live stream to load at 30 seconds delay and all, to see if maybe there is a way to specifically clip my live streams. And from the looks of it, I would say no. So it doesn't seem like that feature is gonna work for me, which is a shame, because honestly, if I had any kind of like very, very loyal fandom, they would clip out clips of anything I did that is even slightly interesting. That certainly would be appreciated. I imagine, like, because that's the level of editing that I don't particularly want to spend my time on. Also, right now, I'm experimenting with the Shantae Half Genie Hero Ultimate Edition episode 1 premiering on my YouTube channel, and it seems like going live and premiering still seems to work fine, so there isn't any obvious conflict there. Of course, it's not good practice to start streaming and have something premiere. And theoretically, when they first introduced the idea of premiering videos, they really did want the creators to sit and watch their own content, basically, and respond to people commenting, which was a concept and is a concept that is just insane. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work if you have no followers, so there would be nobody in the chat, which is what the situation I'm in. But it also doesn't work if you have thousands or millions of followers, because then there's just too much chat happening. It's a very different experience potentially to it's a very, very different experience to respond to a comment when you have free time, when you're going through already posted comments on a forum versus trying to respond in real time to people. Like, for every one person commenting, you would need probably a fifth of a moderator's time. Like, or very possibly you would need one moderator for every single commentator to just balance it out, because that's how real conversations happen one-on-one with people, more often than not. So yeah, the whole premiere concept as it originally was sold by YouTube doesn't make a lot of sense, but I do think it makes an interesting way to highlight episode ones of series on my channel. So I'm trying to take that concept and mold it into something that would make some level of sense. Speaking of making some level of sense, I've been playing Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. So that's pretty much my accountability section, except for the fact that I also, right near the end of Friday's stream, I thought to myself, yeah, there must be a way to kind of do that CNN 24-hour news thing and have a text scroll. And so that sent me down a rabbit hole of sorts, looking at not OBS plugins, but OBS scripts, because I've already looked at all the plugins and done a nice cycle of just looking at what state there are, and there was nothing there. And while there is a teletype script that exists, and they're almost, and I'll say almost is about the only right word to say here, there almost is a plugin for Chrome where I could highlight text, particularly in my case the titles, the headlines of news stories, and put that in a text file, and then have a teletype script in OBS read that text file and put it on top of the screen. That didn't quite work. But what I did find would work is a more automated process, certainly just using the RSS feeds of TechRaptor, Gamatsu, and Gamasutra to get to their top headlines just directly. And there's a program called Desktop Ticker. You can have multiple instances of that. And so all I did is install that program, make some adjustments to how it appears in OBS, capturing those windows, and that's all it took. So I was able to very quickly add text crawls to the top of my WebPeak screen. Now, generally without a need for a lot of people in chat to like show the chat, there really is no reason in my mind to mess up the game view. I could theoretically put the chat here, and I did have that for a brief time, but no, I don't think I want to go that way. Plus, in adding chat, then I all of a sudden needed to add rules to chat, and chat just kind of died. Like, the few times in which somebody would show up in chat, when I was playing Hearthstone in particular, it was to just kind of demand I either play a different game or demand that I take the time to friend them while I'm live streaming, even though the information for them to friend me was already in the comments. Comments on YouTube clearly not being read by most people, and clearly they hide them more than they focus on them. So yeah, I don't really think that there's a reason to have like a news crawl over Hearthstone. We should just let Hearthstone be Hearthstone. But when we come over here and we do a web peek, there is now a factor to this. It seems to me like I'm gonna have to click though for it to work. So I'll have to remember that. So in the past, we had in the web peak, the web page was all the way to the top, but the top of the Chrome browser was being clipped off, so it wasn't really fitting a full 1920 by 1080 screen resolution. So what I've done is I've taken the web page part of this and moved it down, which just creates black at the top, and replaced it with 2 instances of desktop ticker. The only problem with desktop ticker in general is you can see the mouse does not go over them because they're not actually there on the screen. They're actually hidden on a different display, on the first display, where the web page is on the second display. Same is true also for the gameplay of Shadowverse, that is on the first display. Desktop ticker does kind of announce itself as desktop ticker every now and then. And then a different Lua script lets you display the time. However, I don't really see a reason to display the time, particularly since a large percentage of people watching my videos are more than likely going to be watching them later on. And frankly, the only reason why time ever shows up there is because of the fact that the YouTube what am I trying to say here? The only reason time is even shown on like CNN is because CNN is trying to be everything to everybody, and I don't know how far I want to go down that route. Like, one of those feeds, since they are just the same thing at 2 different positions here, if we bring it up, and I'm gonna have to figure out some better solution here. One of these is definitely just the exact same thing at a different position. Some of these articles also are just opinion pieces and not things I would specifically decide to show. And I'm also seeing that there's some pixels animating behind here, and that doesn't really make sense to me. I thought I had that right, but there's something wrong with that. Yeah, but I could have one of these bars certainly just telling video game stock market stuff, like get the top 100 video game stock market numbers, and if I can get that in RSS feeds, that would work fine, even if it's a specific RSS feed for every single video game company. Is there a real reason to do that? I don't know. I kind of need some feedback on that. Do the average video gamers or even niche video gamers really care if Nintendo or Sony or anybody else is trading at a specific time? I mean, it may very well be the case now with the whole game stonks and GameStop stuff. Like, it may very well be a case that we are just aging as a fandom to the point where video game stock market numbers would be interesting things to show. And that's pretty much the same thing as CNN, is that they just put things there to crawl and have motion and to fit the crop and to catch people's attention. So I think if I can get it to work, which is kind of an if at the moment, I'm still having some trouble, clearly. This could work fairly well. but I am going to definitely have to work on it some more, because there's definitely some factors that I'm missing on too. I've also realized when setting that up that while there is a crop feature that you can install with a plugin, there in OBS Studio in general is also a crop feature that you do with the transform settings. And so using a third-party plugin to do something that can already be done with the transform settings is redundant and unnecessary. That is kind of an example of if OBS was easier to figure out and it wasn't this overly complicated software, or at least software that can become overly complicated for your very specific needs, they would make it a little bit easier to figure it out. And that is kind of an example where they should just have a crop button that pops up somewhere on every source, and with that crop button they should at that point try to link it back to the same place before. It's not uncommon to specifically want to have a button that two different buttons that take you to the same place, and that's really what it needs. Let's see. I think probably what I need to do, if I was to guess, to fix the text scroll so it's always going, is I probably need to force it down to my third monitor and set it up as always on top. I think that would be the solution. So let's see if I can do that without just completely wasting everything. Now I am going to use the clock plugin specifically to I am going to specifically use it as a way of, there we go, as a way of watching my own recordings. That way, at a certain point, I don't need a secondary clock in my room, or to press the start menu to see the clock on the computer. So I already had a special screen that told me how long I was recording, and adding that clock script to tell me what time. It actually isn't just a clock script, it's actually time and date. So it probably wouldn't hurt me much to make a special effort to make sure that gets it tells me the date too. Man, I'm stumbling today. I can already feel it. But yeah, I don't feel like overall it's worth it's worth it to tell people who are watching what time it is. Alright. Let's see now, I'm trying to make things on the fly and that's not gonna work. Let's see. I could slow down and scroll up. That's another thing certainly I could work on, is have it so that the scrolling took
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
Took longer or less time. So let's see how that works. Well, that seems to work better. Now, it instantly is there. Of course, the problem with this right now is, like, I am unable to really get my recording software now to fit the right size that it should be fitting. It doesn't want to go where it should be. And that might be a problem. See there, I just minimized it, one of them.
From the depths of depravity.
This match is mine.
And see me goofing off right now with this and losing arena matches. It's really just another example of me not really caring about arena matches. Yeah.
My domain is free of death.
I don't understand
How did I lose?
the point here. More than likely, what I need to do is close this and then close that. And then see if I can resize now, yes. And then I need to probably relaunch both of them. I am distracted. I thought I had this all working, and this is just kind of one of those examples of how things don't really work in practice when you actually bring them out and about. Hmm. 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 I've almost got it. Almost got something that works, I think. Now I just need to adjust. I got it to stretch back. I just need to now adjust the height. There we go. All right. So, WebPeak works. Game works. WebPeak works. Game works. All right. I think we've got it. I took off the clock too. Let's try again and let's actually start playing, paying some attention. So yeah, that was a waste of time, certainly, but we're learning new things, and certainly that means something too, is that we want to be learning new things, and we want to be testing new things out, or I do. Like I want to improve. It's not like I've done a major amount of improvement with YouTube and the content of my footage. I've been watching which I guess this also falls under the accountability section, is I've been watching a Netflix series called Jupiter's Legacy, and so far I'm liking it. I liked it quite a bit, but also I feel like they said part 1, so I feel like it's probably going to end on a cliffhanger, and then I'll have to wait several months to see the rest of it. But one of the things that was happening, and I don't know if it's my network, which is still having weird problems or what, but the audio sync was getting messed up. And so the audio was playing a lot of times a second or two ahead. And it really highlighted how often video creators show the person talking when they talk, and there will just be straight up a cut to the face of a character before they say any lines of dialogue, so you know who's talking, and it is very relatable. Even as somebody who probably wouldn't have thought it would have affected them too much, it definitely does affect me to hear someone talking off screen. That feels a little weird, it feels a little confusing, and it's just not something that's as desirable as simply having it cut to somebody's face to see their lips move while watching the show, even if it just immediately cuts away again. And I guess when you're filming real people, it probably helps to cut away quite a bit anyways. And so when I think about that as far as how my YouTube content would be affected, it definitely does occur to me that if I were to do a face cam and there was anything to see there, which there isn't, I think it probably would work. Be a little bit more relatable, and I can see more today than a week ago as to why people would want that, or would think they would want that. Otherwise though, there isn't. any actionable thing I can do
Did I miss that?
around that thought. Not unless I'm just gonna try and become a VTuber, and I doubt that's the case.
Unbelievable.
Alright. So is there anything else I need to talk about as far as accountability section? I played Indiana Jones Fate of Atlantis. That is a weird game because there's 3 different middle paths, and then the game merges again at the beginning, first act, and the last, what is probably a 4th act, honestly, or 5th act even. So yeah, I got through one of the middle acts, and now I'm going to jump back to the split point at the end of the first path, at the end of the first act, and then I'm going to play the second path, and then I'm going to jump back to the split at the end of the first act again, and then I'm going to play the third path. So it's I've done all of Act 1 and all of Path A. Now I'm going to do Path B. Then I'm going to do Path C. Then I'm going to do the final act of the game. And I'll probably do the final act based off of a save file from when I did first. Fate of Atlantis as a point-and-click adventure game offers a lot of content, but it offers it in an awkward and kind of bad way. It was an interesting experiment that made sense to try back when it came out, but you can definitely see now in hindsight it would have made a lot more sense for them to not have 3 branching paths and instead simply merge the entirety of the 3 middle acts into one longer linear path. And through that longer linear path, you would have been able to experience all of the content the game had to offer. Particularly since there's many locations where on certain paths there's just kind of nothing there. There was an entire dig site in the path I went through that had nothing whatsoever, just empty rooms, no people, no items to collect, nothing to do there. You didn't even need to really walk to the left side of the screen to see that the path existed to get to the dig site. And there definitely are other paths that you don't even get to the same locations, and you don't even reach Atlantis in the same way. And it would have made a lot more sense to just simply combine all of those ideas into one longer story, because then you could eliminate the redundancy. And clearly they were trying to sell based on the number of hours of gameplay you could get for Fate of Atlantis, but it doesn't kind of work at all. There is also some weirdness as far as just the game direction in Fate of Atlantis. It has these lovely huge background art, but then it oddly didn't bother to ever animate the female lead sitting down, and yet it did bother to animate 2 of the bad guys sitting down for one scene, which that's just little pixel graphics. It didn't bother to reanimate some items when it could have redrawn the items, or drawn the items better. So yeah, I think there was probably better uses of the time. It didn't bother to ever animate a zoom in on Indiana Jones or any of the characters when they're having conversations, which would have made a lot of sense, frankly, if they had better than pixel graphics versions of the characters that you could see their faces while they're talking.
Let's get this party started.
there are definitely some paths you can go down in the center where you're all alone, so you don't actually talk or communicate with people, where there's other paths where you're going to talk to a lot more people. A lot of the characters are written as just crazy, silly characters that show up and then die by the next time you've seen them. Like, that literally happens. That's twice you meet with people, and the second time you see them, they're dead. Where it would have made more sense to merge some of those characters together. There is certainly the thought that now that Disney owns Indiana Jones, wait, does Indiana Jones is it owned by Disney? I've been saying it is. I guess it isn't. I guess that might be part of the problem as to why nothing's happening with it, is that I don't think the Spielberg content, like Indiana Jones, is owned by Disney, but the Star Wars George Lucas Arts company was bought by Disney and made Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis because George Lucas was friends with Spielberg. So it would be a whole new negotiation, and I'll have to remember to mention that in my footage. It's like, oh yeah, it wouldn't be as easy as Disney just saying, hey, let's make a whole bunch of point and click adventures, let the interns make them based on Indiana Jones, and heck, if we want to keep Harrison Ford busy, we could have him be the voice actor for the point and click adventures. But it would be a little bit more complicated than that. Although it still doesn't really change the core conceit. The Spielberg estate, like, well, Steven Spielberg's not dead, but his production company should be doing something with Indiana Jones other than just making the 5th movie, allegedly. He should be licensing it out to more video games than just the Lego Indiana Jones series. And there is a decent argument that it shouldn't just be a point and click adventure game. It should be something closer to Uncharted or Tomb Raider. And there is certainly only Steven Spielberg's company to blame, the fact that Tomb Raider and Uncharted were able to steal all the oxygen out of adventure style games and basically rip off the idea of Indiana Jones as a character. Although arguably Indiana Jones as a character is not even that good of a character the way he's written, so it would also be helpful in the video games to modernize him and rewrite him so he is less of a jerk, because he kind of is.
I see to the ends of the world.
Let's see.
Mana, come forth. Time to dance.
So yeah, you definitely could experiment with Indiana Jones as a character in the video games, and there definitely should be more games out there. And I could also see that there may be a history. I doubt the Infernal Machine or the other Indiana Jones game that isn't a point and click adventure game, Tomb of the Emperor's Tomb. I wouldn't be surprised if both of those were particularly poorly received, and that would explain why they haven't done anything for a while. But that probably was 15-20 years ago that the last Indiana Jones game came out. I don't think there's been any kind of arcade game or even Universal Studios ride or anything around that. And I would say Indiana Jones makes a lot more sense as a video game character than the Blade Runner character. What was his name? Deckard Cain? No, that's just a guess. That's probably wrong. Yet, the only Harrison Ford game that has been recently attempted to be remodeled was the Blade Runner game. And I guess he's in the Lego Star Wars game too. He would have been in episode 7 at least. Can't do that. Don't want to do that. Not sure I want to do that. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this.
This match is mine.
Be seeing ya.
Time to dance.
There we go. Put that on the field too. Well, yeah.
Nothing this forest warrior can't do.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing any more tweaking, hopefully, on OBS. I can't think of any other games. There is a script, it's very early, it's version 0.1.0, that would use TensorFlow to censor images, so it would actually use your GPU to do a image recognition to say, okay, we think this is adult content, we're gonna blur the screen. I could not get it to install. There's a lot of making sure you have the right Python, and we're up to Python 3.9 and maybe even Python 4, and it seems like all the scripts are designed more around Python 3.6 only. Which, okay, that affects things, certainly. And then there's some other scripts that I'd like to try. I looked at a lot of them, and a lot of them looked interesting, but also a lot of time, and I didn't want to once again start a project and get into the weeds of projects and then maybe never finish them, maybe abandon them, because I'm setting myself up to go in circles as far as just, hey, let's work on that, and then that didn't work, so let's give up on that and work on something else, and just never really finishing anything. A lot of projects and a lot of experiments do just end in abandonment, though. That is kind of the scientific way. So I don't want to be too hard on myself, but yeah, I also want to be cautious to not just be ADHD about it. So I want to come over here and actually show Hoods and Outlaws. Is this a single player game? No, it's an online PvP game, English full audio. It is $29.99, but really if you want the first year season pass, it's $49.99. We've been seeing a decent amount of advertisement around this game. It kind of feels like it is the new equation, what was the sword one called from Ubisoft? I forget the name of that game. But I would have to say I don't think that that's really where we would want to be as far as what am I even trying to say though? Man. Obviously, my insomnia is still a problem. Obviously, I didn't sleep too well, and I haven't slept enough. I've overslept, and it's just been poor quality of sleep, and it's just it's every possible way they can be driven crazy, and so now I'm just having an incredibly hard time keeping my thoughts straight or getting my thoughts straight. Can't play that card if I want to play this in 2 turns. And yeah, I'm just totally losing my train of thought over and over again as I'm distracting myself. Yeah. What I need to do is bring the screen over here for a second so I can then go look at this screen and see if this works. And it didn't. Okay. That's all I needed to check. Good. Yeah, there was another script that purported to be able to get the YouTube chat a little bit better. It's not working at all. I do have a way to bring in the YouTube chat. The problem is getting the CSS to make it look right is so far like not worth the effort. It hasn't worked in a long time since YouTube kind of changed everything. So yeah. So I just wanted to test to see if that plugin would work. I want to uninstall as many scripts as possible if they're not really going to work or if they're not going to be useful. That way, if there ever is a need to reinstall or copy things over, I'm not just installing things. There was one script that did a better blur. So
don't underestimate me. My barrier is impenetrable.
Yeah. Not that one. Which one was it called? So yeah, here's like the script Gaussian blur, which you probably could have done with the other blur, but I couldn't figure out the settings. But this is definitely more along the lines of what you would be looking for. Of course, I wouldn't want to normally blur out the text. It would be possible certainly to fix some of that. But yeah. If I ever find a way to potentially cover adult content, something like this might be good enough. It would take a ton of tweaking, certainly, because right now at this level the blurring is just enough to make it unreadable as far as text, but it's still very recognizable as far as what you're generally looking at. And seeing that is the nuance there that YouTube will never tell you, certainly, is the idea of like, well, if I blurred an adult visual novel or an adult game out and it was as blurry as that, is okay, we should be back at this point, hopefully. If not, then apologies. Yeah. I flew too close to the sun there, and maybe we lost all the footage up until this point. probably not, but we are in a weird position. Why is that popping up now? Because I'm in like the totally wrong mode. Shoot. I can't make footage that way. Can I? We're gonna have to just close that and close that for a second and see if we can do this. So, yeah, I think I was able to switch over. Let's see if we can get this all back to where we want it to be. And then relaunch the other things. And let's see. Do that and do that. Do that and do that. There we go. Yeah, I'm causing all kinds of trouble today. And yeah, this is not going well. This is a experimental episode, to say the least. Let me just see if we're actually streaming still. Let's see, am I still streaming? Maybe, maybe not. Thinks I'm streaming or something, but it doesn't seem like I actually am. So let me go back up here. Dismiss that, and we're gonna have to just see if we can start a new stream. And then we'll see if that works.
So sweet, you'll get cavities.
So apparently with it crashing, the YouTube stream ended. Clearly I need to just hurry up and end this stream today and go to bed. And like, I was trying to stay up more and more during the day, even if I wasn't really making a lot of footage during the day, to just try and get my sleep schedule back to where it was. But clearly that's not working as well. Yeah, I don't think that the I don't think that the stream, anything short of just stopping the stream and starting the stream over, I think is going to fix that. So let's, I mean, we might as well experiment here. Let's try that. So I'm just going to stop the stream and start it again. And we'll see if this works. Because part of the problem here certainly is the fact that YouTube's own page won't let you stream unless you go to the stupid page first and dismiss the old stream to prepare it for no good reason with the new stream. And it's ridiculous. Like, should be more automated. I should be able to do everything on Steam, on OBS, and not have to open a browser. Alright, let's see if this works. Yeah, it may just not work. Like, YouTube may just really hate for you to potentially stop a stream and start a stream so close together, and it seems like it's either just gonna take forever or not let me watch it. Oh, okay, there. It actually did work, thank goodness. But yeah, YouTube's system, not the best, to say the least. Not the best at all as far as making sure that there are easy ways to stream and just use OBS or any other software to just stream. A YouTube system of pretending like it's receiving a stream but not really doing anything with it sucks. Sucks almost as much as losing 5 games in a row with RuneCraft, but honestly, that's what this whole thing has all been about. Like, for this past week alone, it's just been, hey, let's give you a RuneCraft daily quest, and another RuneCraft daily quest, and another RuneCraft daily quest. Like, particularly since I've been failing miserably at RuneCraft daily quest, I really am not happy to play yet another dumb RuneCraft daily quest. So for that reason, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna try this Mysteria RuneCraft, which is the one deck I kind of like, and I'm going to try to get an unranked victory, so then I can stop playing RuneCraft decks and then play something different. I'm also gonna make it my own personal goal to just rush through the news. We left games over from Friday specifically so that we could succeed on this. And interesting, now my timer's not working. I don't know why that wouldn't be working, but it apparently isn't. Well, I'm going to try and burn through all this news as fast as possible on this Monday, and we're going to call it a day, and I just want to be done. You know, today's just one of those days, I think, where you're starting off on the wrong foot, and it's just going to get worse and worse. And that does kind of like certainly make me think about how many people are out there that have bad days, and how many times that bad day just gets worse and worse and worse, and people end up getting fired from a job because they make one mistake or have one bad day, or they get yelled at the job and if not fired, and then it just gets worse.
Remember to pick up your arrows after each hunt.
One of the benefits of being a YouTuber, and while you don't make any, I'm not making any money on YouTube, but at the very least I am my own boss, is that I can just call it and say, hey, let's just wrap this up and call today a mulligan and start again tomorrow, which is pretty much exactly what I'm going to do. Anyways, let's cover this. We've got TechRaptor here. The video game developer called The Coalition is moving on to next gen Unreal Engine 5, which honestly, moving from Unreal Engine 3 to 4 to 5, all of them has been quite a quick jump. So this is the maker, Gears 5, the makers of Gears Tactics and Gears 5, which is pretty much an Xbox exclusive game. They're moving to Unreal Engine 5, but I think Gears 5 was made in Unreal Engine 4, so I don't think there's any big deal there. And if we know that Microsoft at the moment is at least being somewhat friendly with the Epic Games Store and the maker of the Unreal Engine in their lawsuit against Apple, it's not like there's any big surprise or announcement there. It's kind of a non-announcement, really. Here we have a game on Steam called Color Crush 2, which is just a match 3 game. Yeah, I mean, literally, it looks like they're just using the same objects from Candy Crush. $3.59. It's a Candy Crush game, not a match, just a match 3 game. Certainly, one of the things I would want to think about is if there was some kind of like triangle art piece to put here. I could probably easily put a piece of a triangle here to try and smooth out the frame or do some kind of artwork here. I could also, it would be very trivial to put the word live here or live here, just to catch people's attention, wondering things are live or not. Now, it seems to me like there has been some major dishonesty in the case of CNN in particular, as far as when something is labeled as live versus not, because what it seems to me, when CNN has live in red on their screen, they're saying that the crawl on the bottom of the screen is live. They're not saying that the footage you're actually seeing is live, because there definitely are times where interviews happened at like 8 or 9 in the morning, sometimes with a completely different interviewer, and they are playing the responses and the answers to those interview questions as a recording later on, and yet the live thing stays, and they kind of tacitly admit it, or directly will admit that it's not live, and yet nobody's bothering to take that off. And certainly you're not going to really get in trouble with the government for truth in advertisement if you accidentally label something as live. None of it is actually live because of the 7-second delay, my 30-second buffer delay on my own stream, which is not really capable of bleeping me. That would be a thought, certainly, if there was a button to dump a 7-second delay and jump forward. There is a thought there, certainly. And I probably should do it. There definitely have been some scenarios where I could have dumped some footage and saved myself some frustration. But yeah, OBS also doesn't really have a beep button. I mean, or mute. There's a push to mute, I think, button, so you could do that easily. But the push to mute doesn't play a beep sound effect. But you could almost certainly have a sound effect play. If that was something people were interested in having. I don't know if that really matters. Do I want to evolve and attack this guy? I don't think I do. So those are other things to think about and try and expand on, but they're not things I particularly need to work on right now. They are also examples of things that probably should just be by default set up in OBS instead of people having to individually set up their own things. Like the fact that I don't really have the ability to have a clock or a counter as far as how long I've been recording. And I had to jump through hoops and spend an extra day to program that in using scripts and OBS is kind of crazy. That is, I suppose, part of the problem with open source software is that sometimes the people in charge of the main part of the code are only focused on the main part of the code, and the extra features are assumed to be done by other people, which that's not really how it always happens. There is several that there are a lot of times where one person needs to make the whole package or the whole package won't be made. Anyways, here we have a game on Steam called Dream of Bells, which looks like it's musical bells that may be playing some kind of, well, they say it's a puzzle game. It's $2.99. It's English only. It definitely doesn't look interesting to me. I don't know if anything's gonna save me. Let's see. Well, let's play that. Play that.
No way! No way! How did I lose?
Yep. So much for getting the lucky Uncharted unranked victories. Guess we'll try this one. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Cowboys, Vampires, Pirates, and Ghosts, which I see a cowboy and nothing else. It's clearly an asset flip game, $2.99. Yep. See, Gamatsu has an article here. Call of the Sea for the PS5 and PS4 launches May 11th. I don't know specifically why the ad blocker is turned off on Gamatsu. Why would that be turned off? Yeah, that makes it look way better. In fact, I was about to reach out to a much bigger YouTuber group that desperately needs to install an ad blocker. A lot of people, like, it ain't hard at all. Like, uBlock Origin Plus, yeah, no, it's just called uBlock Origin, is a plugin for Firefox or Chrome. Install it. It will automatically block a bunch of things. You can install privacy browser also that visually probably won't even affect too much. And then once you have uBlock Origin plugged in, let's say you don't care about the number of comments, you can just right click block element, and you can then come over here and drag this to pick the specific tag in the HTML code. And if there are multiple versions of a tag and it has a number over here, you drag this one to tell you there. You can then preview to see what it would look like with it gone, say that looks good, and click create, and you'll never see that again. It's just that simple. Or you can just trust yourself. And there's definitely also the picker where you could try and click on something, and it doesn't always work. Like sometimes you can't quite get the thing you're looking for with the picker. Like I'm trying to get this red line, and that probably isn't an actual image or tagged element, so that I can't get rid of. But yeah. It doesn't take that long to have somebody in charge who's bringing up web pages and talking about it. Using uBlock Origin to block elements helps you re-edit the elements here. Like unblocked, you're just using someone else's copyrighted material in their article. If you're showing a trailer or ad copy, that's not copyrighted anyways, but blocking ads certainly is going to make for a better experience. And it will just focus you down by blocking it down to what you're actually talking about. So you can say, I'm making very specific fair use commentary on this very specific thing, instead of just showing every single element on a page. So like here, each little element you can pretty much break down to, is this a statement of fact? If so, it's not really. A simple fact can't be copyrighted, so it coming out on the PS4 or the PS5 is probably not copyrightable, more than likely. I can't really give real legal advice as I'm not a lawyer, but and this little icon, probably not that copyrighted. The fact that Sal Romano made it, or this came out in an hour, isn't really that much. The headline is probably too simplistic of a fact to be copyrighted. This image is almost certainly ad copy and fair use. Also, you're talking about it. I'm talking about the entire article, so any text in the article should be fair use commentary. And then the video itself is ad copy once again for, and what is Call of Sea, by the way? We're talking about this game. Oh yeah, this is that puzzle game that has that horror element. And then these advertisements unfortunately can't be blocked, otherwise I would block them on, but YouTube kind of forces them upon you.
Embrace your vast potential.
Let's see.
Everything all right
Hit
here?
that.
Hey, no dirty tricks.
And
Opportunities abound.
But yeah, if I can go on a bit of a rant here, let's show the full thing.
Wind blows.
Like, you've got Gamatsu, which this logo probably is copyrightable, and it has copyright protection. So you don't really want to show that, although I am commenting about all this stuff now. You really don't want these distraction top bars. Plus, it stays there the whole time, taking up more of your screen space. you're not really talking about the share buttons, so you kind of don't want them there. You don't want to see the related articles. Again, probably not copyrightable to have links and related articles to headlines. But then you also don't want to see PlayAsia's advertisement. And then you don't want to see whatever is tracking you. You don't want to see that. So yeah, the vast majority of this you still probably wouldn't. Like they're claiming copyright, certainly. But they can't actually claim that. Like, well, they can claim it all they want. It just won't stand up in court. But certainly you can see the why you would want to use uBlock Origin. And of course, everybody who's going to try and claim copyright and the idea that you can't reproduce anything in part or in whole, which is crazy because it is certainly the only way that like the only way that news works at all is because there is that fair use exemption. Nobody could report on any news whatsoever if there wasn't fair use, and certainly no news would ever be propagated if you could give some kind of exclusive to news to one person, one company, one newspaper, and then none of the other newspapers could possibly report that news because of copyright claims from that one newspaper that got the exclusive. There was that whole issue several years ago where Gearbox gave an exclusive to IGN as far as like Borderlands 2 or Borderlands the pre-sequel, and another news reporting team found out about it and was able to report it on it, and Randy Pitchford threw a fit about how unprofessional it was for the news reporters to report the news. But take note, there was no claims of copyright or anything like that in that case. Nobody tried to even sue. I'm not sure I could even easily find an instance where a news reporting site or paper, journal, or anything would have successfully even begun the process of trying to stop someone else from reporting the same information or reporting what another newspaper said. Like that is really the backbone, for better or worse. That is the backbone of what news reporting is reporting what other news people say. And I've definitely seen Gamasutra articles being reported by Gemetsu, and vice versa. And maybe they would claim they actually did have written permission, but I doubt it. Anyways, me going on a rant today is not a good move. So, yeah, let's move on. Gamasutra has an article here. Tribeca has announced its inaugural Tribeca Games official selection. So let's see what they have. Now, Tribeca Film Festival, I believe, is indie developers, indie movie makers, not people who have like major funding from a production company or have made major successful movies a bunch of times. I doubt you could get somebody like Steven Spielberg, for example, or George Lucas. I don't think they could make a Tribeca Film Festival movie and air it. Although maybe they could. But if that's, assuming that's how that works, that would make sense with these games. Because we have a game called Harold Halibut from Slow Bros, Kinna Bridge of Spirits from Ember Lab, Lost in Random from Zoink Games, Norco Geography of Robots, Sable from Shedworks, Signalis from Rose Engine, The Big Con from Mighty Yell, and 12 Minutes from Luis Antonio. So it honors an unreleased game for its potential for excellence in art and storytelling through design, artistic mastery, and highly immersive worlds. Yeah, so these are all unreleased games. See if we can maybe click here and get some better images of them. Nope. There are some descriptions here, but that's it. No pictures loading up. Apparently it's presented by AT&T, so take that for whatever it's worth.
Hey, no dirty tricks.
TechRaptor has an article here. Castle Flipper lets you design your own kingdom on May 27th, which, looking at this kind of feels more like the cleaning game than the flipping game, because there was that like mostly co-op cleaning game where you would clean things. What was that called? Visceral Cleanup Crew, I believe was the name of it.
But I have more cleaning to do.
Whereas House Flipper, you were just kind of clicking on things, and there wasn't an actual avatar character as far as I could tell. Plus, I'd also say House Flipper was only slightly interesting and probably overhyped by mainstream video game media, and then the DLC for Yard Flipper was not apparently as good, from at least that's what the same mainstream media said. So I don't know how much of an experience you really would have here as far as a Castle Flipper. It's less relatable, and at a certain level I guess you're doing something that isn't actually somebody's job, so it might be more interesting in that way. But this whole thing does kind of feel still like you're maybe doing a survival game. If this was more like Minecraft and it randomly generated things, that there might be a thought to that, to take Minecraft to the next level. And potentially, I guess if games are not out, I'm not going to put them on the fall list anymore. I'm trying to wean myself away from that. Yeah, there might be an expansion to the idea of a survival game where you have to do a lot more cleanup and rebuilding. Like, it probably would take a while before you got to this point. Seems like you use money to buy items instead of regaining resources by breaking down broken things, or by harvesting trees or other resources. I think, though, if you were going to go down this route, you might as well immediately have something like creepers and villagers and a lot of the elements that are in Minecraft today, and not try to start with something that would be closer to the initial releases of Minecraft. And maybe the Minecraft comparison isn't particularly fair, but that would be what I would want to see. I don't think you can create a completely new category of games that are flipper games. I just don't think that's going to work in strategy games. Like, you could call those strategy games and resource management games if you want, but that's about it. None of my Gematsu articles are going to be ad blocked, unfortunately. I must have just accidentally clicked the button. I also installed a new thing that's supposed to let you highlight things, but seemingly you have to log into something. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to find a different plugin, clearly, to get that to start working. Yeah, and that just popped up a pop-up all over the place. So yeah. I clearly was too ambitious, installing a whole bunch of stuff. Anyways, moving on. Hotel Transylvania Scary Tale Adventures has been announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Which, okay. I don't know if a Hotel Transylvania game is going to be particularly good, but I'd like it to be good. If anything, I kind of look at Hotel Transylvania and think that there's room here for this to be kind of like the new Ghostbusters cartoon or new Beetlejuice cartoon. We'll never get as edgy, I think, as the Ghostbusters or Beetlejuice cartoons, but I think there is definitely room for improvement. I don't know if we actually talked about this game or I just showed it off, experimenting with the blurring feature. This game is Papetura, which is some kind of paper point-and-click adventure game. It's already on the fall list, but it's come out now. It's $10.79 and it's rated very positively, so I guess I take it off the fall list and just put it on the wish list. Interesting. I guess I do probably need some more point-and-click adventure games once I'm done with all the Indiana Jones games. Here we have a game called Starlight Shores, which is a visual novel. We may have already talked about this one. Yep. So I've got some duplicate tabs from Friday that I opened. I knew not a lot of stuff had happened and I was going back too far when I was opening tabs today. So I can just go ahead and close some of the things that I recognize now we've already talked about. Next we have a game on Steam called The Epic of Anna, a linear visual novel voice acted by several people I don't recognize. These look like interesting face models, let's say something around it. I don't know if they're particularly great face models, but somebody's trying something here. For sure. The Epic Metahuman Generator. This is free. So I'm gonna, I guess, put it on the follow list and see how people respond to that. I bet it's nothing, but it says it's English full audio and then supports a ton of other languages. Yeah. Linus of Linus Tech Tips played around with the Epic Metahuman Creator and definitely found that it lacking in their experiment with it, but there is something to be said around a maybe very quick and easy way to make a whole bunch of random good looking NPCs. And it does create an interesting scenario where you probably don't want visuals to just be procedurally generated. Almost certainly right now there are some games out there that procedurally generate NPCs and then you have the glitches and then you have the faces that are all messed up and you have like body elements clipping through clothing and such. And so there's been a lot of hilarious, what I would have to assume were procedurally generated NPC characters. And so it would make a lot of sense to potentially have a process where you could just hit a randomize button, for the lack of a better term, and that would spit out something that looks pretty good, and that is sort of where the Metahuman Creator as an Epic Engine add-on feature might prove itself to be very useful, is that you very well may be able to use it
Corpses come in every
to
shade imaginable.
create something, look over it in less than an hour, and put it in the game. Whereas Linus Tech Tips said it could be anywhere from 100 to 1,000 man hours to create a single 3D model character. So if you can reduce those hours, that would be great. Inherently, though, if there's a whole bunch of individualized unique textures, depending on how that's encoded, that may take a ton of space and a ton of visual RAM anyways. And you don't want a scenario where you turn away and stop looking at somebody and then you turn back and it's a completely different person standing in the same spot. So that would probably still have to be in the video RAM. And almost certainly
Way.
there is this high chance that by the time the metahuman creator for the Unreal Engine really got polished enough to be useful, there would be other technology that just surpasses it greatly. Okay, if I play this,
Nothing stops me once I got my speedy boots on.
okay. We want this. We want this. We want this. We want this. Yeah, we're gonna lose.
I'm out of cash.
But yeah, I did want to mention that. Like, as I'm rambling here,
Wait,
as I'm
how did I lose?
as I'm just snowballing. This is the perfect example of where I need a partner of some sort. Like I need somebody I can just say, hey, I am not doing well today. Can you stream today? Or I'm not doing well this minute. Can you give me 5 minutes to regroup? Although honestly, I don't think I know how to regroup in 5 minutes. Personally, I think it just, maybe I'm just hypercritical of myself or what, but yeah. Anyways, let's just try and rush. Theoretically, I could just end the stream now. That wouldn't be a big deal, but that's not what I want to do. We still have these daily quests, and so I know I'm not just going to immediately fall asleep after the stream. I'm going to probably end up having to play more Shadowverse to get some daily quests done. And then I'll probably also try to get some recordings of Fate of Atlantis later today at some point. Let's see. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called The Warrior Way, which probably is just a first-person shooter military game. It's $1.49, English, Portuguese, Brazil. Yeah, I really shouldn't use the price tag as an element, but I do want to. In this case, I don't know why this specifically is even being listed. This came out in 2018. Why is that even there? And then we have a game here called Island Combat that is also 2018. How could I have been pulling up links to games from 2018? I swear I'm not on the fall list cleanup. This publisher must have just been unlisted and then relisted, or they unpublished and republished their games. This too, it's just like the same publisher, the same game, the Federal Rescue. See, that would be particularly crazy, is if Steam, for some reason, decided to kick a developer of what are essentially just militaristic first-person shooter games that probably are just asset flips, and yet somehow they've decided that they were too aggressive in disallowing that low-quality game, and they needed to let it back on the storefront. Well, back to 2021 games. Here we have one called Heat Reborn, which is the exact same thing, a militaristic first-person shooter asset flip game. It's tagged as early access. It's free to play with online PvP, I suppose, and it's English, Chinese, and Korean. Let's see. Here we have a game called Because It's Hot, Why Pizza Prologue, which that's just a weird gibberish collection of words for what looks like a weird gibberish collection of game visuals. It's free, but then the actual game comes out later, so it's just a demo. I'm not going to put demos on the follow list if I can avoid it. Here we have a game called Avarice, which looks like it's a hammer swinging top-down twin stick shooter. There's some really big enemies, which maybe there would be a thought around having a top-down twin stick shooter where you were fighting big enemies, but the problem here is these big enemies either get stun locked or they just don't attack much at all. Like, because I don't know how you take on such big enemies in such small areas otherwise, and the areas do look ugly. This is $4.99. I don't see enough there to make me potentially want to play a twin stick shooter type game, or top down twin stick hammer swinging game. Let's see. Lost Judgment has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, and Xbox One, which, okay. Like, I don't even really want to bother to watch a trailer for Lost Judgment, but I guess we will. It looks good, but I'm not sure there's too much there. I'm not sure how long the first Judgment game was. In a lot of ways, the Judgment game, the first Judgment game feels like it's just a attempt at rebooting the Yakuza series, perhaps this time focusing less on the Yakuza characters and the Yakuza in general. I really wouldn't be surprised if there is a point now where it is out of vogue to mention that the Yakuza even exists in Japan, and they are potentially trying to eliminate the Yakuza from history, whether or not it actually exists or not. Like, there definitely was a point in the United States where you would say there is no mob, the mob doesn't exist, and like today you would say, a lot of people would say there is no mob, the mob doesn't exist, and yeah, it does. Of course it does. It may not be anywhere as powerful as it was during Prohibition times, but yeah, criminal organizations are almost impossible to fully eliminate or destroy. See, next we have a game on Steam called Metamorphosis, which seems like you're kind of fighting the same enemies. It's a Digipin student project. I explain why you're fighting the same enemies, and if I can say the right words. Well, you know what's interesting about this, and there are rare instances of student games that actually feel like they should be highlighted. This one actually feels like whatever team or student worked on this actually made a proper vertical slice of a game. You can see it's being rated positive too, where so many student projects are immediately panned because people don't even realize they're student projects and they just think they're really garbage games. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if people know their student projects or not. If they look like garbage games and smell like garbage games, they're garbage games.
Press the sheer boom of infinity.
I didn't quite get everything I wanted done there. So I'll put Metamorphosis on the wish list and we'll cover it at some point if I ever have a free second to cover student projects. Next we have a game called Killer 19, which looks like it's a pixel graphics ninja hack and slash platforming kind of game, but I don't really feel like there's a lot here. And it's weird that you have this black and white visual filter over your trailer, which does not seem to actually be in the actual game. Clearly they're trying to hide the fact that this game is not that good. $5.39 Chinese only. Here we have a game called World Senate, which they're calling it an action-adventure game, but to me it looks more like a website-based game, strategy type game, more than anything else. Free to play as an MMO with in-app purchases. I definitely don't feel like anything there is interesting. Okay. Do this.
I don't need a gun, not when I have my words.
And then this.
Splendid
And then
brutality. A glimpse
this.
into the future is only the beginning.
Mana, come forth.
Open your ears. Justice himself. You might die from this.
Let's go ahead and attack here. And attack there. Let's see how that goes. Here we have a game called Solitaire Victorian Picnic 2, which is just a solitaire game for $2.99. English, German, Russian, and French. And we also have Solitaire Legends of the Pirates for $2.99, same languages. Putting out 2 of your same solitaire games at the same time doesn't make any sense. And putting out 3 of the games definitely doesn't make sense. Solitaire Legend of the Pirates 3 versus 2. All from publisher 8th Floor, developers Somar Games. Like, you should definitely split that up between a couple of weeks. See, Gamatsu has Since SINCE Memories Off the Starry Sky, launching August 26th in Japan. This is a visual novel, obviously. Let's see. Play this. I don't know if that's going to be useful.
This match is mine.
Let's see. Gematsu has the NetEase Connect 2021 annual product launch event set for May 20th. I'd have to think about what NetEase has made. Let's see. A Knives Out collaboration with One Punch Man, a new character and map for Identity V. Haven't heard of that game. A detective party game called Ayakashi Kindergarten. The 2021 Do Trinity Gears. And 24 Entertainment developed action battle royale game called Naraka Blade Point. Yeah, I don't recognize any of those games. Apparently there's going to be 14 titles in total. Let's see.
Lightning storm.
Here we have a game on Steam called Super Robin, which looks like a Mario Brothers clone, which honestly that's not a terrible thought. I mean, I can't immediately just reject the idea that somebody would make a Mario Brothers clone, but then also they have some name confusion here. It's a new game. New crazy game again from Teen Super Titans Go. Teen Titans Go being a famous cartoon even now, but like $5.99. Yeah, this definitely seems shady. Like, I could kind of get around the idea of making a parody of Mario. Super Mario Brothers. This is also obviously a mobile game because you can see the on-screen controls, but I can't get around the idea that this would be a good game if it has on-screen controls and it's also trying to play name confusion games around Teen Titans Go. Interesting. I guess we're just gonna keep on trying to buff this guy up and spell boost it. See, next we have a game on Steam called Underwater Wars. Yeah, I don't know specifically why I would want to play a real-time strategy game underwater. These screenshots aren't really selling me on it anymore. Early access, English and Russian, $11.04. Nothing there. Let's see. Just going in circles, still trying to get a single victory on Runeterra, on Runecraft, not Runeterra. Here we have a game on Steam called The Alien Way, which looks like it's an infinite runner platforming game. Doesn't look very good. $5.99, English and Russian. Still going through all of that. Resident Evil is out. I don't know if there's much more to say beyond that. It seems like people really do like it. I have a suspicion that might spoil the story that the events of Resident Evil 7 may very well not be particularly real and it may just all be a dream, or that the baby you kind of see at the beginning is creating a new reality, taking perhaps the Resident Evil universe in a completely different direction from the way it has been going. And maybe that would work. Like, at the core of it, Resident Evil Village is back to the horror elements while also relying somewhat on the Resident Evil 4 action elements, but not too much to make it an action game. I would really have to watch the fullness of Resident Evil 7 or played all of Resident Evil Village to know if there is a section where it actually, in the back half, actually turns into more of an action game like Resident Evil 6 did. But even in that, that's still probably alright. Going for a more open world concept where you can go in one of 4 different directions and take on any of the bosses in any order is probably just the evolution of horror games that we are going to hit. I think a lot of games are going to start being open world much more. And when done right, you can do that so it doesn't just ruin a linear storyline. So, yeah. I feel like there's the future for the Resident Evil series and horror games in general is being displayed in Village, and if it is that reality has changed as much as I think it might have been, then the idea of Umbrella and the idea of Albert Wesker may be gone from the Resident Evil series, which is kind of fine, frankly. Like, the series is called Resident Evil. It's not called Umbrella Chronicles. Well, there is an Umbrella Chronicles game. But yeah, getting away from that, getting away from Raccoon City, getting away from all of those things which can be in the past or can be part of the old universe, to move forward to just more monsters is fine. I mean, certainly when you have a vampire in Resident Evil Village, you've got to either go one way or the other. Either this is just another bio weapon, BOW, that looks like a vampire, or you embrace the idea that vampires did actually exist even before the zombies existed. And yeah, that is one thing about Village, is that it seems like you don't just have basic zombie people. And with the remakes of the old games, that's kind of fine for now, but eventually I think you will want to see a instance of the
breach of contract, huh?
Yeah, you'll eventually want to see zombies come back in some form, because they're just very good basic enemies to fight. I guess in Resident Evil 4, though, they did manage to basically not have any regular normal zombies in that entire game. They were more intelligent Ganados, I believe is what they were called.
Someone as beautiful as her could never understand. Mana, come forth. You've no idea how pitiful and wretched I feel.
Let's see. 3 to an enemy. 5.
Lost you.
Burn to ash!
Not quite good enough. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called G is for Gravity, which looks like nothing. It's free, English only. It looks like the little Eve robot from that Pixar movie. Next, we have a game on Steam called U Calligraphy, which the idea of calligraphy is interesting. I don't know if this is going to be a game that particularly would teach somebody who's never done calligraphy what the calligraphy symbols would mean, or which brush strokes or how to use the brush strokes. I mean, this probably is just a very open-ended VR game where you can try the calligraphy if you know what you're writing, but only if you really know. It's early access. It's $11.69. It's English and Chinese. I suppose I'd like to see the response to this, so I'll put it on the follow list, but yeah. In particular, you do have a problem around the idea of having any kind of pin input. Like, you would kind of expect that in VR, if you were going to have a game that required pin input or had pin input, that there would be some kind of pin peripheral, some calligraphy brush peripheral in this case, to draw with, but that kind of doesn't exist. And at a certain point, when you're talking handwriting or calligraphy or either one, you really need your real hand to be holding the brush or the pen. And at a certain point also, if calligraphy is any similar to the level of writing cursive or even writing anything with a pen or pencil in the West, it's not particularly that important of a skill these days. It's way more important to be able to type. Alright, well, now that we got that one Runecraft victory, I'm going to now try ranked Havencraft, which probably won't go much better, but at least we can finally, for the first time in probably a week, get away from playing Runecraft, because Runecraft is driving me bonkers. Ranked, rotation, Havencraft, Haven Tournament. There we go. Next, we have a game on Steam called Eyewitness Hopper, which is one of these dual screen hopping games that there's been now far too many of these, considering the gimmick was not embraced and has yet to be actually implemented in any way that's actually interesting, as far as I've found. Next, we have a game on Steam called Forgotten Spirits, which looks like you are controlling a statue when you get on top of it. Or maybe it's a co-op game. $9.99, single player only with split screen shared co-op, English only. I would doubt that this is a decent, like, 2-character puzzle game, but there's a chance that there might be something here. So I'll be generous and put it on the fall list. And then I also do need to decide whether I'm going to bother to try to have a fall list cleanup this Friday, or if we're only going to do that the first Friday of each month. I think we need to do it every Friday. I think also that would just be more consistent and easy to recognize instead of potentially missing missing the first Friday of a month because I was just not paying attention to it. Like, I generally can look at my clock and know what day of the week it is. It's a little bit harder to run the math to see whether or not it's the first or the second Friday of a month. Yep. Moving on, Your Gamer article here. We usually don't cover Your Gamer. I did think about that on the RSS feeds crawling at the top of the screen here. Theoretically, I could get the RSS feeds of pretty much every site. I could have Your Gamer, Kotaku, Polygon. I could have whatever articles they're publishing. Even if I don't really read those articles or care about those articles, I could have them on the crawl. I don't think there's really a reason for that, though. I don't feel like I particularly want to endorse a lot of like PC Gamer, Your Gamer, Kotaku's articles, because a lot of them in the past have been kind of crazy SJW, and I don't want a crazy SJW article headline even to show up in the RSS feed. And there's still some risk with even having Gamma Sutra as one of the RSS feeds that might happen. But if I don't have Gamma Sutra in the feed, then it's just going to be TechRaptor and Gamatsu, and that's a little too few. I suppose technically I should also say I don't fully endorse Gamatsu, Gamma Sutra, or TechRaptor also, just because I'm showing their RSS feed headlines. Anyways, the article from Your Gamer is that Ubisoft will now brand all of its own games Ubisoft Originals, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't really change anything. It's just like some decision some upper management person made, I'm sure.
And that concludes today's sermon.
But yeah, generally speaking, whether a Ubisoft game is just labeled as being a Ubisoft game or whether a Ubisoft game is labeled as a Ubisoft original, it's not really much of a difference.
My blade is your salvation.
If anything, I could only think that maybe by rebranding old Ubisoft like first party title games originals, they might be able to resell or rebrand them again, which in all fairness that has been kind of the method of operating for Ubisoft with the Assassin's Creed series. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go, oh yeah, now we have the Ubisoft Originals version of Assassin's Creed 1 and the Ezio trilogy and Assassin's Creed 4 and 5 and Black Flag. And I would much prefer Ubisoft to come out and announce that they're going to try way harder to make good games and non-buggy games than to have them come out and say, we've shuffled the decks on the Titanic, and they've shuffled the deck chairs on the Titanic, and now they're calling their games Ubisoft Originals.
Stop!
Okay, well, suppose we heal this guy. Since I didn't really need to heal that one. Gamatsu has an article here. The PlayStation 5 shortages are expected to continue into 2022. So yeah, quota supply won't be able to catch up with demand. And honestly, I think the supply and demand issue with PlayStation 5, which started slightly before the pandemic, if I'm recalling correctly, I think that is probably the biggest condemnation on the new person in charge of the Sony more than anything else. Like, if Sony's new person in charge, new CEO, really had managed to do a good job, he would have been able to much better estimate the demand for the PlayStation 5 and have more units to sell. And pre-ordered the chips and the plastic and the circuitry, and all of that should have been kind of locked in. A bigger problem is the concept of just-in-time manufacturing, which was heavily promoted for the past, I think, 10 years or so, 5 to 10 years. Just-in-time manufacturing, not successful. Not successful when there's a pandemic, not successful when there's shortages. And we are definitely seeing an example of what happens when it goes wrong. Deal 4 damage. But yeah. It is somewhat accurate to also say, though, that the PlayStation 3 in particular, I don't know if it was so much the case with the PlayStation 4, came out with that big original version of the PlayStation 3 that was backward compatible with the PlayStation 2 games by having an actual just circuitry of a PlayStation 2. And that is the PlayStation 3 that I have, is that original version. Although I haven't turned it on in years, and honestly I have several pieces of equipment that very possibly would just explode when turned on, and as much as would work. So maybe the PlayStation 5 in a lot of ways is trying the same thing, where the initial version of the PlayStation 5 is going to be expensive, and then they're going to be able to do a product redesign that make it cheaper, possibly better, possibly smaller. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a new PlayStation 5 version that came out that looked completely different and didn't have the crazy fashion elements and was scaled down to be smaller.
I shall give birth to a new world.
We'll see this.
There is not a soul without sin.
And then evolve this.
Winds of light, show your might.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Thus
And then this.
the world ends. Though I set, I will rise again.
And then this.
You're in good hands.
Okay. And in the turn.
The world cycles on.
So we got a victory there. Much easier victory. Much
So
easier
long as there is
victory.
light.
I really appreciate being able to copy some other tournament deck that succeeded and understand it well enough to be able to play it and win. Gematsu has an article here. A game called Open Country launches June 3rd, which, let's see if we can see what it is. Is it a hunting game or is it a survival game?
A dazzling
Looks to
victory
me
awaits.
like it is a half hunting, half survival game. There might be an idea around that, certainly. Like if you're not really gonna die of thirst and you're just out hunting animals and just being a country personality. You explore, you hunt, you fish, and survive. You prove your skills. Level up better weapons and equipment, engage in tougher missions, and work towards being the master outdoorsman. That's, I suppose, the proper non-insulting way to describe him would be to be an outdoorsman. Where I was thinking more of calling the character a country bumpkin or a hick or something like that. Yeah, there might be a thought to that. Instead of specifically making a hunting game or a fishing game, I think there probably still is room for one good hunting game and one good fishing game. Although I'm not 100% sure I actually do want to play a hunting game. And I may very well not want to actually play a fishing game either. But yeah, if you merge the ideas of hunting and fishing and turn it into more of a mission-based survival game, you're probably getting a little bit closer to what a normal video game or what other kinds of video games are. Next we have a game on Steam called Mr. 333, which looks like it's just some very surreal, crazy art style of like pointillism. Looks somewhat like a Virtual Boy game if you were trying to make a horror Virtual Boy game. It's free to play, it's English only. I don't think there's anything there that interests me though. There is a possibility that actually is more interesting than it seems, but I'm willing to take that risk. Next we have a game on Steam called The Treasure of Civilization, which looks like some kind of VR Chinese game that seems to be kind of all over the place. Free to play, English not supported, Chinese only. There is something interesting around the idea of a Chinese focused
There is not a soul without sin.
Chinese focused VR games.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
There might be something to that idea, I guess.
Fall.
Because I really don't imagine too many Chinese people have VR headsets. Like I don't imagine too many Chinese people even have good PCs or consoles. And then it being free, any VR free game is weird. Moving on, we have a game here called Another Derby, which looks like it is some kind of weird, surreal visuals for a home run derby. And it seems like there's several weird looking characters or throwing the ball at you. But honestly, that just kind of feels like that's all the game is. 59 cents English and Japanese. It says, take the bat and challenge trials to rescue your sister who was sucked into a different space portal. Which, like, do you really need that level of craziness on Steam or on your game? I was gonna see if it would make sense to try and get an RSS feed as far as what's on Steam. So I'm on their website, which I don't look at their website, I just use their Twitter feed. So I don't even know if they have an RSS feed. But here on Info Porn, it shows you just the number of games that come out every day, according to their information. Let's see, values are approximate to well on the alpha, you see. Okay. Go ahead and do this.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
And then
A
do
favorite
this.
way keeps the doctor away. Rays of light, show your might. Put your legs into each prayer.
Fiery
Back
one.
straight, eyes forward. Did I predict wrong?
See if we can win here. And then here's what's on Steam's main page. They also have the 6-second trailers in the grid. We'll look at the grid. But yeah. I could theoretically, if I was just never going to use Twitter, I could scroll down here and look at it like this instead. You actually do get more information this way because it's telling you the price. It clicks to a trailer, tells you what a little bit more information to go directly to the website. 6-second trailers is literally just reposting its tweet. Twitter. So 6 seconds trailers is something they already had. 200, the most recent 200 games launched on Steam is what the grid is, which is just a slightly different depiction of the latest games. So yeah, none of their sites is, I think, as useful as it could be. Do 2 damage. I think we've got to do this. And I think we gotta do this. And then that. Yeah, but what I don't see is any RSS feed. And see, the problem with trying to scroll down and find an RSS feed wouldn't work. But what I can do is almost always, if you are looking for an RSS feed, is you can add just RSS after the first part. And if there is one, it will work. Or RSS.xml, extended markup language, after the first part of what's on Steam.com. And I tried both of those and neither of them returned anything, just got 404 errors, so almost certainly they don't have an RSS feed. There are some third-party services out there where you could convert, but those are questionable as to whether they'll work or not. Whether you can convert a website to an RSS feed automatically. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they stop working after somebody makes even the slightest change to a website. Moving on, check Raptor has this article. RimWorld Mass Effect mod, Rim Effect, has been released. Is this an adult game? RimWorld is a game that's all about managing a base with a bunch of colonists. Okay, I'm gonna play this, but like, that's not what I was thinking when I was thinking RimWorld, but okay. Apparently this is what they're talking about. There's a game that looks like this, which is a mod to be in the Mass Effect universe, I suppose. Rimworld is a terrible name for a game. Let's see. What can we do? Restore 5 defense. I think I have to do this. And then I think I have to do this. Then I have to do this.
Get it? I'm done.
And that's about all I can do. See, playing 3 of these is probably one too many. Gamatsu has an article here. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2 has been delayed for the PS5 to later in 2021. There really is not much of a penalty to delay a PlayStation 5 version of a game, considering how very few people have PlayStation 5s. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Alexio, which feels like it would be an Alex Kidd clone, but I don't really feel like it is. Otherwise it just kind of looks like a pixely adventure kind of Game Boy game. $3.59, English and Russian. Yeah, I'm not impressed by it. Okay. I think we gotta play that one thing. I don't think we can do anything else.
I shall give birth to a new world.
And then
You're a fiery one.
Okay. See, next we have a game that's all in Asian characters, and it's obviously just an Asian MMO game, so we won't be able to play it. Free to play, Chinese only. Doesn't look particularly interesting either. Is there a way to win here?
You're a fiery one.
Okay.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Can't evolve anything. See, next we have a game called The Killer of Dishonor, which looks like nothing. You could almost take this level of graphics, and if there was just more levels and more enemies and more indication of actual gameplay, I might have been willing to give this a chance. But yeah, a solid blue background, 3 of the same enemies. It just all feels a little unambitious. It's 59 cents, English only. Right, well, I can't evolve this to play that. So this would do like 7 damage.
the best medicine.
I hope this is right.
A bear a day keeps the doctor away. Harder, faster, holier.
Yeah.
What?
Wow, he ran out of cards. We don't run into that as an issue very often.
So long as there is light.
Wow, well, it's nice to have some victories happen and not always have to struggle after a week of struggling. And see, there's just kind of no reason not to continue to play this and get more ranked victories to get that other packet. Let's see, next we have a game called Heptabeats. I'm going to try and burn through these games a little bit faster. $2.39 discounted. Next we have a game on Steam called Zahak, which doesn't look particularly good.
Activate.
$1.39.
Fire.
This looks like an old NES game, if anything. It seems to be a mouse shooter game. And apparently committing torture in the game. Yeah. At least that's what that looked like to me. Next, we have a game on Steam called Dead Switch 3. Let's see. Fast-paced 2D shooter. Actually has just enough polish to it that it might actually be a decent game. Maybe. Fast-paced 2D shooting, kind of like a Contra game. Probably not my style of gameplay. See, free to play with in-app purchases, English and Russian. Well, that settles it then. I won't put that on the wish list or fall list. Next we have a game called Now Testing 407, which puzzle platforming game with glitches. Kind of looks like a Portal type game, or at least somewhat inspired by Portal. Gravity elements and cubes, laser puzzles. That doesn't inherently mean that it's bad though. $4.49 English only. I'm gonna put it on the fall list. Maybe nothing, maybe something. Next we have a game on Steam called Island Domination, which just kind of looks like an asset flip first person shooter. Half the screenshots don't even show enemies or people. $3.19 English full audio, also French, German, and Portuguese, Brazilian languages. Next we have a game on Steam called Retro Wave Road, which looks bad. Doesn't look like anything. 64 cents, whole bunch of languages. I definitely have in the back of my mind still a desire to get back to playing pinball. Here it's been less than a week. But yeah. I can't justify getting to that point and actually doing that. Like I have other content that needs to be created and other games that need to be played. And I do think there might be a point where I can find a way to integrate me just playing pinball and not recording content. And it not turning into a giant time suck. Because there definitely are times when I'm not recording content anyways. I'm gonna have to put a lot of work into it and put a lot of thought into it, and I need more footage recorded first. Right. This.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Can we do this?
You're in good hands.
And then do this.
A fair a day keeps the harder, faster,
And
holier.
then now both of these can evolve. Which I should have
Back straight, eyes forward.
done that in the next turn. Next we have a game that's just in Asian letters. This is some kind of cell phone kind of tower defense game. It isn't much.
Every millennium.
It's $7.99 Chinese only. Wow, that is really expensive. It does not look good. One of the things I've noticed is that the text crawl, it being on my third monitor and me having to actually see it move, it does kind of feel like a bug is crawling across my screen, just in the peripheral vision of my eyes. So that might eventually just determine that it's just too distracting. So that is another thing that might be an issue. But it hasn't been too distracting so far. I could also get feedback certainly, and people can say it is too distracting. They have the text scroll at the beginning anyways, so maybe that doesn't really work. Next we have a game on Steam called Kate Kite, which seems to be a kind of flying in the air game where you're chasing little glowing dots. They're calling it a running game with beautiful painting style and music. And beautiful music. You will love it, it says. So it's kind of this infinite runner thing with a kind of squid-like umbrella floating ability. 99 cents English and Chinese. I don't buy it. I don't think there's enough here. Interesting that it also gets to like a bullet hell shooter element with boss battles. You know what? I'm gonna put it on the fault list. I'm gonna, just in case I'm wrong. Just in case it turns out that there actually is something to that.
There is not a soul without sin.
I'll give that a chance.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Right.
A fair a day keeps the doctor away.
Okay. Gamma Sutra has a job listing. You can join Harmonix as a remote senior software developer. The job is of course remote. Gamma Sutra also has an article here. Apple wants Microsoft execs testimony cut from the Epic Games versus Apple case, and almost certainly any company would want their execs testimony cut. Although testimony is a weird word there. Let's see. Apple, however, is now asking Laura Wright, VP of Xbox Business Development, was one of the industry experts that took the stand in the week's Epic versus Apple trial. Apple, however, is now asking her testimony be struck from the record over a mismatch between her words and the documents provided to Apple's team. So this is making hay over not much of a difference, and inherently there's a lot of shenanigans, for lack of a better term, that can go on around the idea of testimony in such that you
There is not a soul without sin.
you may say one thing in your filed forms, and then you may say something slightly different, and then a witness who they thought was going to be friendly to one side may turn out to be more helpful to the other side.
The wicked. Spare
Or you may say something completely inaccurate in testimony, and then it's already been heard by the judge, and it's already been heard by the jury, if there was a jury. I don't believe there is a jury. I think they both waived their rights to a jury trial. And almost all corporations do want to waive their rights to a jury trial because they want to be able to manipulate one judge versus trying to manipulate a group of random people.
by your will, O Lord.
And that's one of the shenanigans you can certainly say, is you can have something said in front of a judge, and even if the judge does himself remove it from the record, it probably will still affect the judge's decision in some way, and it probably wouldn't help you much as far as an appeal, unless it's a very, very important hinge piece of testimony. But most cases are not won or lost over a single piece of testimony. Let's go ahead and just play this.
Zenith. For there, I will rise.
And then let's go ahead and do this. Next, we have a game on Steam called Car Constructor, which seems like you take apart cars and actually construct them. I have been kind of looking for something like this. I'm not sure this is exactly the game I'm hoping for. It doesn't look particularly as polished as I would like it to be in the visuals aspect. It's 74 cents. I'll put it on the follow list though to see if people like it. In the beginning of this trailer, it seems like they just kind of click on things and add and remove things by simple clicks, where ideally I would want something closer to a Car Mechanic Pro. Is that even a game they're recommending as a similar game?
Pigs, where are you?
Because I think Car Mechanic is the name of the game I'm thinking about. And you can see that there's no wires hanging off of these really, and there's things just appear and disappear, and they're only concerning themselves on a few elements of the engine and not every element of the engine. Next we have Gemetsu. A game called Hunter's Arena Legends is coming to the PS5 and PS4. Closed beta set for May 14th and 15th. This is a GIF-cat video. Well, that character was totally stun-locked, and he dashed across the room. So if that's player versus player, that's not going to be very balanced. There might be something to this, or this might just be a kind of Chinese fighting game. Even being a Chinese fighting game, there might be something to it at that. I don't know if the game though is going to come to Steam, which might be a consideration.
Good guinea pig.
Do we want to get more characters? Not yet. Since we have the Holy Sanctuary, again, it can be played. Here we have a game on Steam called Try to Remember,
Destroy the world
which, you have 50 seconds to look around a certain room. The detective will ask you questions about the room. Interesting. This would be a game that I would fail almost certainly miserably at, but also would be kind of an interesting experiment. $1.69. I wouldn't be surprised though if the rooms aren't particularly randomized. Says if you don't remind things, you can rewind to go to the same room, being able to look around again for more seconds, which it kind of feels like at that point you're pretty well cheating. Alright.
Thus the world ends.
I'll destroy you all.
Let's go ahead and heal.
To a new world.
I was so lonely.
And let's go ahead and heal.
You're in good hands.
We need another heal. We're not gonna get it, but it may not matter. So yeah, I'll put Try to Remember on the fall list, but just because I'd like to see other people's response to it. Next we have a game called Woebegone Woods, which is tagged as a visual novel. Seems like it's cutesy animals, or at least I think that's what it is. We've seen, I think this is a more kid-friendly story, but we've seen a lot of furry visual novels, which are definitely not kid-friendly. So the question would be, and I guess I've never seen this done in any art form, if you made cutesy animals and then they started making out, and this was just really animal on animal, different species on different species, possibly romance / adult content, does that fall afoul of any of the rules of Steam or censorship in general? Like, would anybody be upset about that? I don't think so.
So
Not
long as
really.
there is light.
Like, it would almost be like the equivalent of a Donald Duck sleeping with Daisy Mickey Mouse, who is a mouse sleeping with Daisy Duck cartoon. I don't think anybody would care, nor do I think it would be that weird. Although it would be weird, then I guess there's just not really that much demand or fetish around that. Although I'm not sure there's that much demand or fetish around furry games or either, in that it isn't just a bunch of Russian trolls making furry games. What YouTube would do specifically is if there was a game that looked like this and then it turned out to have adult content in it, is they would accuse it of targeting children. But I don't think Steam would have that problem. As for this game, as it stands, I can't imagine I would have any reason to want to play a game like that. It's just, well, you know what, I'll put it on the fall list because I am always looking for kid-friendly games, and honestly, getting more kids to read is an interesting thought. I don't know if Woebegone Woods in particular would convince kids to potentially read a visual novel with animals. Plus, you run into that problem of, if you did have a child that was super into one kid-friendly visual novel, well, where do you go after that? There aren't any other kid-friendly visual novels. Yeah. And that becomes a problem. That's the same problem with like manga and anime, is if you're particularly conservative and don't want your kids exposed to scary or violent or romantic slash sex content, getting them into manga would be insane. Like, speaking of anime and manga, Netflix has like 2 Sailor Moon Eternal movies coming out, and that was certainly exciting for me to see. Like, the reboot remake of Sailor Moon, which I believe is called Sailor Moon Eternal, didn't start off particularly great in the first season, but then it kind of ramped up. The animation wasn't quite as good as they had liked it to, or felt like it deserved. The fans felt like it deserved. But I think it kind of self-corrected in the second season, and now they are, if they're making 2 movies funded by Netflix to cover any arc that I don't believe was ever animated in the first Sailor Moon series, because there definitely was this whole middle arc that was skipped over. I think that's what the movies are centered around. Of course, there is also some, I think some of Sailor Moon may have been funded later on in the later seasons for the Western release, and which was more censored and changed. So there is, I suppose, still a question as far as how much censorship or changes will happen to the later arcs of Sailor Moon Eternal as it's as far as its English dub and its English release. And maybe we'll see Netflix fund the rest of Sailor Moon Eternal, or maybe they just got the 2 movies. Although it's not the perfect starting point, it works pretty well to have 2 movies that cover an entire manga arc.
What was that?
Although I think this is definitely something that would be specially done only for Sailor Moon and wouldn't be done for anybody else.
There is not a soul without sin.
My blade is your salvation.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Okay, do I want to heal my guy? Or do I want to try and play? Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Marble World, which lets you make marble tracks. It doesn't look quite there. Like, I'm not sure if I was gonna build marble tracks that I would want a whole bunch of different marbles and just a bunch of floating marble tracks in the air. But I do think this is probably the closest instance of something where you could create a crazy marble track design. I don't know if there really are enough elements here to still make that interesting, but it's closer than anything else I've seen. $11.99, third-party EULA, English only. I think it does deserve a follow. I imagine this might be an example of a game that establishes that there's some small hope at some point for there to be a much better mobile game.
Wings of light, show your might.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
There we go. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Alien Wall, which just looks like it's kind of a ball bouncing Arkanoid slash Galaga shoot 'em up combination. Which that's an interesting idea, at least, is to merge 2 very simplistic arcade games into one. So you have an Arkanoid slash shoot 'em up. It's $3.99, English only. It's still not really enough. Part of the problem, though, is just because it's not widescreen. if this was widescreen, I more than likely would give it a follow, and hope that maybe it could pull something off. Bane and Ward. Get this.
You're in good hands.
Just need health.
You're in good hands.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Flowing Lights, which looks like a kind of differently angled shoot 'em up game. Maybe there's a little bit more patterns to it, but not much. Interesting. The shots apparently curve on the 3D environment. That isn't a cool idea, certainly, that you can't just shoot people and it isn't just a constant, always flowing forward experience. This is an attempt at using like physics to affect how you get from one point to the other. It's just not visually polished enough to work for me. $9.99, bunch of languages. This would be a good concept for somebody to take and improve upon quite a bit. And if I put this, it'll give me 4, and 4 plus that won't save me.
This is where I truly shine. This is not the end.
Sorry, I went quiet there for a second. Yeah, we still are looking for 2 ranked victories. We might as well just stick with that. Although we should probably jump over to a Forestcraft victory, and that one Forestcraft victory would actually get me another award. Next, we have a game on Steam called Pillow Below, which seems to be some weird looking kind of platformer game. It's a different art style, and it does look like somebody worked on this art style. I'm just not sure if there's really a game here.
Father, come on.
You run and jump and you land on platforms. It seems like there's not a ton of people or enemies or anything like that. Early access $8.99, English only. I guess I'll just err on caution and put it on the follow list. Here we have a game called Non-Guns Doppelganger Edition, which they're calling a Roguevania game. Yeah, this is one of those games that just looks too weird for me not to put it on the follow list. $11.69. No reviews yet. Yeah. When I see graphics like this that are polished enough, I have to at least give it a chance. Now, I do see some potential problems with it being too zoomed out, and it being potentially too dark, and it potentially just being a frustration game. This trailer, I don't think, is going to sway me one way or the other. It does feel like it is kind of a high action Contra first person shooter game in a roguelike map, or Castlevania like map, which that's an interesting combination of 2 fairly different types of games. But I don't know if that immediately helps it or hurts it. Here we have a game called Augury, A-U-G-U-R-Y, which looks like it's just some blocky pixel art characters. $2.69. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that on the full list. It definitely does occur to me that part of the reason why I'm not making so much content as I'd like is I am playing too many cell phone games at this point. I need to rage quit playing Destiny Child, Defense War, the spin-off to Destiny Child, the game I actually like to play and would almost certainly never stop playing for in the next year at least or two. I think I'm pretty pot committed, and certainly that game is taking up a lot of time. And then the adult game from Nunchaku College Days, I'm still wasting my time on that for no real reason. I should stop playing that one. And I don't think I'm playing any other games, but I'm watching a lot of YouTube on my phone. I did see an idea of converting some of my old cell phones, which I have like 2 or 3 of them that probably still are decent quality phones and probably would work if plugged in, even if the batteries are shot. So the idea of plugging one of those into a hub with USB-C to HDMI adapter, and then plugging that into a monitor, putting in a wireless keyboard and mouse, and then having a kind of computer that you could give away to a kid or something. It's an idea, certainly.
But make it fashion.
I don't know if it's something really worth the effort, because the core component is you've got this free phone, and then you're going to end up spending probably another $60 or $70 to convert a free phone into a mediocre sort of desktop replacement, but closer to a Chrome OS replacement than an actual desktop replacement. So you really would have to think, are the things that you actually would want to be able to run going to actually run? Or is it easier and better just to buy a Chrome OS, a Chromebook? Although an Android phone may be able to run a few more apps than a Chromebook can, which can't run any apps really. Anyways, moving on. That's just another project that I saw someone do, and I obviously have a growing jealousy issue of seeing other people doing projects and getting hyped into the idea of doing those projects myself, and so I need to be careful about that. Here we have this game called Shattered Keep, which I don't think is anything. It's free, but it's online PvP, English only.
There is not a soul without sin.
My blade is your salvation.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Okay, I was hoping that wasn't the one that was gonna get a hit, but whatever. Alright, we're almost to the end, which is good, because I don't know how long we've been streaming. I'll have to work on why that script messed up when it crashed, but it's probably a fairly obvious reason why it messed up. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. New Magic the Gathering Dungeons and Dragon cards have been revealed, which these are not particularly any different these days than regular Magic the Gathering cards, because they've been merging, or arguably they've said that the Dungeons and Dragons universe and the Magic the Gathering universe were always the same. I don't feel like that really was the case, but I can't really argue with them if they say it too, because I just don't know. and I just don't care enough to know. Here we have Midnight Calling Geronimo Collector's Edition from Big Fish Games, a hidden object game. And these images are taking a little long to load, but you know, so far on this stream we've not had that as a problem. $8.99, English full audio. Next we have a game called Yoshiwara Higabana, which seems to be I would call it a visual novel, but I'm not 100% sure if that's what it is. It seems like that kind of is. $38.24, Japanese full audio. Yep. Well, it doesn't support English, unfortunately, so whatever it is, I don't think I can put it on the wish list. And then we have Resident Evil Village, which is tagged sexual content. I didn't realize there was actual sexual content in it. And see, you kind of have these like closer to werewolf creatures, I think, more than zombie creatures in the game. Yep, it just takes them a while to load. And honestly, I'm still not sure that that isn't just Steam. Steam decides after the 1,000th image or so from the same IP, it decides to slow down the connection a little bit. Which, that's understandable. This girl is the girl from the previous game, so it's probably alright to play Resident Evil Village, but ideally you would want to play Resident Evil 6 first. This is $79.99. Somebody said it was selling still at $69.99. Not the case. Not at least on Steam, where you get the season pass and everything bundled. It has Denuvo and a third-party EULA. See what it actually says as far as the adult content. Frequent violence and gore and general mature content is all they say, yet it's tagged with sexual content, so maybe that's just a memer. Well, obviously this game is going to go on the wish list, but there is also I'm not super motivated to buy it right now. See, then there's also this bundle here, which is $59.99, which just includes the game and not the season pass. Or you could get the deluxe edition, which includes the game and Reverse and the Village Trauma Pack, but not the season pass. So the season pass itself is only like $8.99, and yet you kind of can't buy it even as DLC. So you pretty much have to get the complete bundle if you're gonna buy it. Otherwise you're just going to completely screw yourself over.
Move. You wouldn't.
Interestingly, also, there is no inclusion here for the previous existing Resident Evil bundle. Like, here, for the same price, you could get Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 in the Raccoon City bundle. But also, if you go back a little bit further, let's see. Interesting, none of them are labeled as horror games. Let's see, if we scroll back to Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, this is now selling for $29.99, which is a much better price. Although, once again, if you want the complete thing, you're still paying $80, which is too expensive now since it's been like 4 or 5 different different games. Yeah, that is too expensive. And you can get this bundle, I guess, for the main game and the season pass for $40, whereas this is a season pass and the main game and reverse and village and oh, wait a minute. So $80 in this bundle is actually kind of a decent deal because it is Resident Evil 7 and 8. Was that what was being offered before? Let's go back a little bit. Yeah. This bundle here, Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 7 bundle, is both games. That's not a bad deal at all. It looks like a bad deal, certainly. And the game is actually being sold as at $60, plus you get reverse whether you care about that or not. That's not too bad. But there is still, as far as the Resident Evil series, the older games. So maybe you have to go all the way back to Resident Evil 6. Maybe they got rid of that bundle. There definitely was a bundle in the old days that included most of the old Resident Evil games, some of which are not really worth owning. Let's see. Yeah. Here you have Resident Evil 4, which I do own. And then there was the 4, 5, and 6 bundle. And then there was the Resident Evil / Biohazard Collector's Pack, which includes so much DLC that for me it would be $50.76 to get that. But for most people it'd be $80. And it's just like a ton of Resident Evil 2 Revelations DLC and Resident Evil Revelations DLC. I don't know if there was a Revelations 2 DLC game. Let's see.
You're done for.
So it does seem like they are getting away from the DLC somewhat, but not quite. Still kind of feels like Capcom is very much trying to handle some DLC. They didn't do a terrible job though with 7, and they are pretty much just trying to forget about 5 and 6 ever existing. But yeah, if we look at, say, Resident Evil 3, which is probably your best bet as a game that is dead, is you have classic costume pack, soundtrack, all in-game rewards unlocked, which maybe you don't need that at all. Male survivor costume, Leon S. Kennedy. Female survivor costume, Claire Redfield. And that's it. So if you skip the soundtrack for nearly $20, you've got like $12 of DLC. And the game itself is selling itself for $60. But if you get both Resident Evil 2 Remake and 3, then you're paying $40 for them. Prices haven't gone down particularly as much as one would like, but I think you have a decent chance that that's just never going to be the case. Interesting. These are all immune to everything.
It won't be long now.
Say you're sorry to the Cuddlies.
Yep. Definitely could play better there. And then of course we have Resident Evil Reverse, which is the online game. And if I get it in some bundle, or if I get it for free, then I'll get it. And it probably would be easier to own Resident Evil Reverse than to not own it and just set it as ignore. But as it is, it's not even marked here as being a multiplayer game. I don't think you can do anything here at all if you're not playing online. And looking at the state of the Steam page, it kind of feels like they don't even know what the game is. I suppose if it was just player versus AI characters, and there was a way to play it that way, and this was just kind of the mode that you normally would get in Resident Evil Village anyways, as a kind of arcade, more actiony mode, I suppose that would be fine for it to be a separate game that you get for free instead of being integrated directly into the game. I don't know if there's a real reason to do it that way, but
This one's for my family.
yeah. Particularly in this case, Reverse seems to be focused around the old Resident Evil universe, whereas Village seems to be kind of establishing a whole new universe, set in the same world, sorta, but not really connected to Raccoon City or any of that. And that is probably the right way, is just to put to bed all the old characters and all the old storyline, and establish a new generation of Resident Evil series characters. Here we have a game on Steam that's clearly a Russian troll game from the looks of it. It is 79 cents, Russian only. Here we have a game called Jetpack City Action VR, which I don't know if I want to ride on a jetpack in VR and get motion sick, although it doesn't seem like that's the only thing you do. No, I just don't think that there's enough of a game here. Yeah. Early access, $1.99. That's too cheap for a VR game. Next, we have a game called Spaceships, which looks like garbage.
Find tomorrow's water.
It's early access, 59 cents, Chinese only. Next, we have a game called VR America Tour. I feel like we already talked about this game. It's $1.19 VR also. Let's see, deal 1 damage or just wait? Guess we just wait. And I feel like we already talked about this game, so did I just open a whole bunch of redundant tabs? $3.31 Chinese only, whatever this game is actually called. Yeah, I feel like I just opened a bunch of redundant tabs. Well, there's about 10 of them. Here we have Speedy Golf, which doesn't look particularly interesting, for $14.99, English only. Alright. Let's go ahead and do that.
My domain reaches to the end of the skies.
Next, we have a game called Cyber Hunter Awakening, which looks like nothing. $6.59. Here we have a game called Instrumentalist. One of the things that would have been a problem if I had used found the Chrome plugin where I could just like copy this, and then that would save whatever was in the clipboard to a file, and then add that to the text scroll. The problem with that idea is there are times when I just copy something different that shouldn't be on the text scroll. And I have to be very much aware of that. Sometimes I copy like shift codes for Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3 or the pre-sequel, and while the shift codes aren't particularly private information, they're put out publicly. A long code that looks like a Steam code would be weird. I suppose it would be interesting to think about like a scroll of people who are subscribed to my channel and highlight them as fans or Patreon supporters if I actually had any benefits. That is an award I could certainly instantaneously do. Is just like if you were any level of a Patreon supporter, your name gets scrolled in all live streams. That's a decent award compared to other awards I've seen. Maybe not particularly a decent award in general. So that is something I suppose I could implement, like if anybody ever did support me on Patreon. I'm gonna be so incredibly lazy about it though. I'm not even gonna bother to go change the reward level to promise that. But I can say that out loud is like, yeah, as long as I continue to use these scrolling things, I'd be willing to do that. If at some point I decide to stop using the scrolling things, that would be fine. Also, I'd probably have to set it up slightly differently because I don't think you can just get a RSS feed of people who support you on Patreon. So I would have to make that just a static list of text that was scrolling around, which isn't too hard to do. Frankly, I could do that in OBS and it would save me some frustration, if anything, because that wouldn't be particularly live updating feeds. That would be something that I'd have to, like, on a monthly basis, pull out the names. And certainly I could find the ways that other streamers have people pop up when they donate and things like that. And if I was a big enough streamer in which things like that could happen and did happen, I will definitely investigate those at that time. Anyways, here, this game is called The Instrumentalist. It seems like it's a collection of instruments. I'm playing music in VR. There might be a thought here. $12.74 English only. I'm gonna put that on the follow list. I could see playing instruments and it not being as noisy because you're playing in VR, thus you can practice more without irritating people and getting yelled at, which is possibly a perennial problem with any inspiring musician. But it also potentially saves you the frustration of having to buy a bunch of expensive pieces of musical equipment
Let's play. Let's play.
to practice with. Next, we have a game on Steam called Jump Q-Box, which looks like it's kind of nothing. $4.99, English only. Next, we have a game called Invisible, which looks like an asset flip game.
Magic is a sound.
Early access $4.99. I have like a ton of tabs open that I think are just extensions I was trying to install. Here we have a Chinese looking game called The Ultimate Secret of the Universe Soul, as if there's going to be a series of them. It looks like total garbage. 59 cents. I mean $59.99. English and Chinese. Next we have a game called Burger Man, which looks like a frustration platforming game of no quality for 59 cents. English only.
Ow! Oh, come on!
Next we have a game on Steam called Thimble Winter, which looks like it's a survival horror game. Of no interest. $1.59, English only. Okay. We do this.
There you are, my little trespasser.
And then
Hey, let's play.
this.
What an oath!
My apologies.
Yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep again. Here we have a game called Cossack and Magic, which doesn't look good. 59 cents, English only. Here we have a game called Super Walrus Entertainment System,
Flames have got your back.
which
No one
does not look good.
Come on!
This trailer definitely is
There's
deceptive.
no one else I'd rather lose to.
English only. I don't know why he conceded, but he did. Thank goodness.
I won!
Puts me in a very good position. So we've now won 200 Forestcraft missions. Theoretically, I need to do one private mission in like less than 38 minutes and one more ranked mission. And that would be all I would need to do at all today. There's kind of no reason whatsoever to grind further than that point. So that got me a classic card pack, and we're now looking to potentially get 500 ranked victories with Forestcraft, but meanwhile, like 50, we're trying to get 200 of Swordcraft or 50 with Runecraft. Wow, that really goes to show how terrible I am at Runecraft. I'm not much better with Dragoncraft, not much better with Shadowcraft, a little bit better with Bloodcraft, a little bit better with Havencraft, a little bit better with Portalcraft. If we get to level 140 rank in Forestcraft, we'll get 400 rupees, which is basically nothing. Apparently 100 in Swordcraft will get us another flare thing. We're almost to 100, level 100 with a lot of these characters if I played a lot more. Still trying to win 5 take-2 matches, which I kind of forgot about those. which is fine because I don't think I have that many tickets anyways. Should just probably wait for the next expansion. And it wants us to win all 5 of a Take-Two match 3 times to get 1 classic card pack. Then win 6 open 6 matches to get 100 rupees, or all 5 open 6 challenges in 6 matches 3 times for 100 rupees. And then just get up to B rank and A rank and double A rank, and then master rank. And then 20 private matches without quitting, which if I battle this next one, I pretty much will have that reward, and that'll be the last time I think I can ever get that reward. And so we have potentially started to paint ourselves in a corner where we can't even get these achievements for what little help they would have been anyways. Like I'm exiting out the point in which the charity phase of a free-to-play game happens, and now we're getting into the real world of free-to-play where you're gonna just suffer or have to grind if you're not willing to pay. And I definitely am not willing to pay for Shadowverse. Anyways, we have a game on Steam here called King of Cooking, which I just don't think there's enough here. It's slightly different than a Cook Serve Delicious game, but not by much. You're still pretty much just trying to cook and serve and feed people. $2.99 English and Korean. Yeah, there's just not enough there. Here we have a game called Lux City Secrets, which looks like it's an all-text game for $4.89. Here we have a game called Fallen from the Sky, which is nothing of interest, for $5.99. Here we have Farm Manager 2021, which, yeah, I don't think there's anything here that interests me. I think there's a different farm type game that this is trying to confuse people between. They're comparing it to Lust from Beyond. Interesting. And see, that's kind of the problem here, is Lust from Beyond's severed hand on a boob, covering up a boob, is kind of not as family friendly. This is from the same developer. Interesting. Or publisher. Farming Simulator 19 versus Farm Manager 2021. And the publisher is Playway SA or Sim Farm SA. I don't know what SA stands for. It is a weird combination of games that this publisher has published. But yeah, that is kind of a great example of just having that automatic censorship feature always on the web peak, just in case, you know. You never know when some thumbnail would be shown. I guess I could also disable seeing adult content and thumbnails on Steam, and maybe that would be something I would just have to suffer through, but then I wouldn't be able to see it myself and accurately describe what I'm looking at. Anyways, we have a game called Mission in Snowdriftland Snowlog, which clearly is a demo game. This kind of feels like, what are the Snow Brothers? Was that game that I think was called Snow Bros? Yeah, I think we'll just wait till winter of 2021 and see if this game, the actual game, is of any interest. Part of the problem with the Snowbirds game, I remember renting it and playing it at one time, is that you kind of had to snowball all the enemies until they were giant ice balls, and then you had to roll them away, and it was just a lot of work. You had to hit them with a hammer so they rolled away. It was very dangerous and a lot of work to kill one enemy. Here we have a game on Steam called Cloud Cutter, which just looks like a widescreen shoot 'em up game. It actually doesn't look too bad though. $18.99 English only. It's already on the fall list, so I'm gonna leave it on the fall list. Then here we have a game called After School, which is tagged as a walking simulator, and it clearly is a dark screenshot game too. English not supported, Japanese only, $2.54. So obviously no to that. Next we have a game called Liberation Mutagenics, which looks like nothing, for $4.24. And finally we have a game called Alive Cursor, which I think is a game. No, it's some kind of 3D cursor animator for $2.34, English and Chinese. I don't know why anybody would want that at all. That seems silly. Seems like a gimmick you'd want in the early 90s, not anytime so recently. See, Gamatsu has an article here. Scarlet Nexus details psychokinetic actions and bond systems. Which, okay, check out Gamatsu if that interests you. And I'm gonna have to wait until I have actual interest in Scarlet Nexus. I guess I could highlight this app desktop ticker. This is the website where I found it. And it works somewhat. The only real problem is it promoting itself a whole bunch. There we go. And with that, then I am just going to go through my Twitter feeds and we're going to be done for today. No, well, I'm not going to be done. I need to try and fix this. Loop Hero is 20% off on Steam for a few more, I guess, hours. It says a few more loops. Could be a few more minutes. Let's see. .505 Games to publish a new game from Castlevania Lord of Shadow developer Mercury Steam. We'll talk about that. It's a bit of news that has happened. Not super surprising since it is Monday, and you can imagine people starting to wake up and have some new announcements. One of the Halo developers came out and said one of the Halo games had been made under crunch conditions, and then he came back and clarified his words later, which probably backtracked most of what he was saying. I literally only saw the headlines for both of those stories, and it clearly was not picked up by any mainstream news sites, which I think probably probably highlights an issue certainly with Reddit, because that was particularly a Reddit story where anybody could come out and say something. Generally speaking, I think just everybody has to assume every game is made under crunch conditions, even if they're claiming that the game isn't made under crunch conditions. And at a certain point as a consumer, that's why you can only go so far. I can say, yeah, the video game industry should be unionized and they should fight against poor work conditions. The employees should, but as a consumer, that's not really my. It's really not my business. Like, I can't fight fights for other people, particularly people not willing to fight for themselves, or fight fights for people who don't even believe in unionization or aren't trying for it themselves. Still just scrolling down my Twitter feed. Head Up is being cryptic. They've got something they're going to announce at some point, apparently. Suppose we're one day away from seeing what the giant bombcast is going to feel like. Like, yeah, I definitely, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm half asleep. This has been start off pretty bad, and then I got a good wave for a couple hours on the stream, but also that game 12 minutes. Yeah, that's that game where you're locked in this 12-minute time loop, and you no matter what you do, you end up getting killed, I think. That was announced like 2 or 3 years ago, and they've, I guess, secretly been working on it still. It's just an example of a game that was announced too early. Okay, well, that's one Twitter feed. Let's see if we have anything new. Particularly, I don't think Halo fans, to go back to that story, are gonna care if a game was made under crunch conditions or not. Halo fans in particular, want Halo to be good and perfect and play particularly well. They want to be able to play it over and over again. And that's the high bar that a Halo game is gonna have to be held up to, which probably highlights that they should end the Halo series with the latest Halo game when it comes out, and they should instead move on to new series that don't have that high level of demand around the storyline and quality, even if that apparently Resident Evil Village might come to Switch, according to the opinion piece by TechRaptor. And I guess might is too big of a word in that case. Yeah. you do have the catch-22, certainly, if you were to have the team that was making Halo games all of a sudden stop making Halo games and instead make something unheard of that people might not decide to jump ship with them and play the new game. But after you've made 4 or 5 games in a series, I think you've gotta risk it. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. An erotic VR experience called Holodecks XXX has been rejected by Steam. So interesting. Seems like we're going to get more coverage from TechRaptor in the same way that Super Seducer, which they're mentioning here, got rejected. We may just be seeing the case of Steam deciding to reject more games, particularly if they look like realistic people. Maybe Steam is just rejecting things that it seems like this again is a real person being filmed or being rotoscoped enough that it looks like a real place. So yeah, seems like if you are going for the more if you're going to use real world footage, full motion video in an adult game, that probably is going to get you banned from Steam, even if it were like just base scanned, and that's certainly going to be a problem going forward in the future when people are effectively just taking photos of their faces and putting them on 3D models, or scans of their entire bodies and putting them on 3D models. Moving on for something that's also a little bit weird, someone has apparently made a Sesame Street dating sim, which that's weird. That's weird. I don't know how much demand there is out there, but I bet there was at least one person willing to make a game out like that. Although, again, maybe just a troll. Here we have a game that came out on Steam called Mad Devils, which looks like a top-down shooter game in a Diablo-esque world from the looks of it. It's $17.99 English full audio. Looks like it might be good enough to actually justify being on the fall list. And what something like this could really establish is if you can convince me that there is a way to make a good top-down twin-stick shooter, you can then allow me to reject so many more top-down twin-stick shooters, which tend to be pretty low effort compared to what I'm saying here. Here we have a game called Battle Beasts, which looks like it's an MMO game where you play as anthropomorphic animals in suits of armor. $4.99. Says it's single player too. English only. I don't think there's any quality there. Here we have a game on Steam called Redeliver, which looks like a point-and-click adventure game. And I'm a sucker for point-and-clicks, so I'll put that on the fall list. 89 cents might indicate that it's not a very long game or not very good. They're calling it also a short adventure visual novel, so it may be just incredibly short in a lot of different ways. Let's see. The Last Kids of Earth and the Staff of Doom is now available for pre-order for Xbox One and Xbox Series S. This Last Kids on Earth book series / Netflix cartoon seems to have caught a decent amount of people's attention. Um, hmm. It came out, I believe, slightly before the pandemic. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people weren't as interested in it or during the pandemic. A lot of kids. Like, if I was a parent, I would definitely have to think about having kids watch something called The Last Kids on Earth in the middle of a pandemic. But maybe it would help them. Maybe it would educate them on a potential outcome, an unlikely yet potential outcome. Check Reptar has an article here. Minecraft Dungeons Hidden Depths DLC is available. Arrives this month. I don't think anybody's playing Minecraft Dungeons. Let's see. We have a game called Vic Scientist Chemistry Puzzle, which looks like it might actually be a chemistry puzzle. It might be a chemistry puzzle that doesn't really explain itself well enough to the point where I may not even be able to figure it out. But $1.19 English from Portuguese Brazil. I'll put this on the follow list. See if he gets any reviews. Almost certainly a game like that would never get any reviews. Here we have a game called Shades of Reina, and this also is a top-down twin-stick shooter. And it looks visually polished enough to once again have a chance. Let's see. Free to play, English only, single player. They're calling it a action RPG, which is a interesting way to describe it. Sorry, I'm yawning. Gamatsu has an article here. Square Enix has trademarked Shi-Sansei Million Arthur in Japan, and Sony Interactive Entertainment has trademarked Soho Engine. So, I've heard of Million Arthur. This is Fortune Million Arthur. The Million Arthur started in 2012, and it's come out on Android and Vita and 3DS, and then a manga, several iOS and Android, then an anime, then a PlayStation VR PC game, and then an arcade PS4 and PC game, and then another iOS and Android, and another iOS and Android game. So they've been kind of all over the map as far as platforms. Bandai Namco also trademarked Sai Suta. Which they think is an Idol Masters game. Tencent has an article here, and TechRaptor has an article saying Tencent has lost a Supercell patent case and has to pay $92.2 million. Gree versus Supercell patent case, and it's going to cost a pretty penny. Supercell is a gaming company with a strong focus on mobile titles, the Clash of Clans and Clash Royale games. Gree alleged Supercell's games Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, and Heyday infringed on 6 of Gree's patents. A jury trial took place and the verdict has come in. The jury ruled that Supercell's violations of the patents was willful, allowing the judge to increase the financial penalty by as much as 3 times the amount awarded with the verdict. Gree has been awarded $92.2 million in damages as a result of the court case. This is probably an experience to show that, for better or worse, patents seem to still hold up. In video games, arguably, patents don't make better video games or help the consumer in any way. But also, they potentially protect Gree, a company that I've never heard of, from potentially getting ripped off by Tencent and Supercell, its subsidiary. This was in an East District of Texas court, so maybe the jury didn't have a clue what they were actually should have been ruling on, almost certain in almost any patent case. And that's weird. Yeah, the patents here are a method to improve the usability of city building games using templates to define the positions of one or more in-game contents that can be applied to in-game areas based on the commands of the player. That sounds like a very generic description and probably something that shouldn't be allowed to be patented. Personally, I feel like the idea of patents only made sense when you had to submit a physical working model of a device that you were building and patenting. Once you had patents in code, in computer program, then the idea of what a patent was and served as is not that useful. Even the ideas of having methods to potentially improve like gas air mix in an engine, I'm sure there's lots of patents around things like that. Even that probably should have never been allowed to be patented. Here's a opinion from TechRaptor. At a glance, there are likely hundreds, if not thousands, of popular games that would fall afoul of one or more of these patents should the U.S. District Court's decision hold up. A lot of game developers, especially mobile developers, may find themselves having to pay a license fee to GREE or prepare for a court battle. Yeah, and GREE as a company very possibly is just a patent troll company. Like, because let's see if I can even search it and see if there is a products. Let's see, GREE. If this is the GREE, looks like it's a Japanese company, and they have several what looks like mobile phone games. That wouldn't really make them a patent troll though at this point. Like, definitely seems like they're actually making games, which maybe helps them work a lot better. And so you may very well have a Japanese company that had United States patents, and they actually are making the Kairi Say Million Author VR game. It very well may be a case that it was Tencent, a Chinese company, literally and intentionally stealing ideas from GREE. Although I still feel like the fact that GREE was able to patent those patents and hold up those patents doesn't seem right. So, yeah, this is a flaw with the US patent system more than even one company potentially stealing basic ideas from another company. At least that's my general observation after 5 minutes of skimming the article. Let's see, here we have a Gematsu article. Ever Forward for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch has been delayed to August 10th. Ever Forward is what? It sounds like a game. Oh yeah. It's this game with the girl that people didn't like the way it played, I believe. It had kind of like a poor frame rate. So it being delayed is kind of ridiculous because it's a super simplistic game, but it being delayed is also probably a good thing because that means they'll have a higher chance of not just shoveling out a garbage version of the game, garbage ports. Here we have a game on Steam called Partitas, which looks like it's a puzzle music game with some other elements, which I'm pretty tone deaf, so I wouldn't be surprised if I had real trouble with a game like this, but might be interesting. 84 cents, English only. I'll put it on the follow list. A Turkish mobile studio, Ace Games, has raised $7 million to develop new casual titles, according to Gamma Sutra. We have about 2 more articles. According to Gamatsu, 505 Games is going to publish a new game from the Castlevania Lords of Shadow developer Mercury Steam, which I really would be interested in figuring out if Mercury Steam has made anything since Lords of Shadow, or did they not even work on Lords of Shadow 2? Metroid Samus Returns, Space Lords, or other games that they worked on, but I'd like to know what they worked on most recently. Let's see. Mercury Steam, Wikipedia. Oh, I suppose it is worth mentioning, since I just noticed that they published American McGee Presents Scrapland in 2004. American McGee did come out on Reddit, and they were talking about it. That he announced the Oz game that he was in early talks with, and if you watch even the random occasional of his live streams, you would have already known that he's not really successfully negotiating another American McGee Alice game, even though there's some level of development going underway, or pre-production that's going underway for a third Alice game. The concept is there. EA, owning the rights to the Alice series, doesn't seem to really care about doing it. So in part, he's been shifting over to a project that the Oz project, which, yeah, some people definitely felt like he was abandoning the Alice series, and I don't think he personally mentally could ever abandon the Alice series. It's just that EA's kind of abandoned it. And who knows, at any point EA could need some extra money and actually give the green light to a new Alice series, or EA could go bankrupt or sell the Alice series. But yeah, to get back to Mercury Steam, they did make Lords of Shadow in 2010 and Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, which is the 2D game, and then Lords of Shadow 2, and that would have been all with Konami. And after the 2014 end of that, they started working with Nintendo for Metroid Samus Returns, which I don't know if that was particularly a well received one. And then they worked on a game called Space Lords, which was an online free-to-play action game, which is their most recent game, I guess in line with Samus Returns. Yeah, so they haven't worked on anything particularly of interest to me lately. And then finally we have an article here. A reversed engineered GTA 3 code has been restored to GitHub following a DMCA counter knowledge, as apparently also the GitHub project was forked. There is a bigger lawsuit that would have to happen, I imagine, for GitHub to permanently remove a reverse engineered code of a game or any software, because as long as they can claim, the publishers of the reverse engineered code can claim that it was done in a clean room white box style of reverse engineering, then there is no claim to the code, because that would mean exactly 0 bits, 0 words, 0 letters of the code for a reverse engineered GTA 3 would have been written by Take-Two, and thus you would have no copyright claim at all. Now, if it was a dirty hands reverse engineered code, which is to say somebody saw the original source code of Take-Two and then copied that information to make their own code, then they have a claim. That's why the proper way, or industry standard way to do it, is to have one team with dirty hands look at the source code, if they have access to it, describe in as much detail as possible what the function is and what it's supposed to do, and then that description is handed over to the clean hands team, and then they have to program the code to do that function. It is really just dancing around nothing, though, frankly. And arguably, I think maybe just source code should not be copyrightable, and it should just be keep it an industry secret, or don't complain when somebody copies your code. Let's see, I took so long going through all of that, I need to once again look at my Twitter feed. According to Gamma Sutra, Capcom has attributed record profits to continued success of the game division. That's the only new news. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream. It's been a weird one. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.